candidate attorneys who have already been registered or have secured their articles to give and tell you a bit more about themselves and about their specific experience as candidate legal practitioners in their field. So first things first, I just want to extend a warm welcome to every one of you who has taken the time in your weekend to join the session. I hope that today will really be good for you and help you and set your mind a bit at ease for your future as a candidate legal practitioner. And then secondly, I want to thank Liz, who made today possible, as well as for her work and efforts to make the life of LLB students, aspiring and registered candidate legal practitioners so much easier through a mentorship program. So Liz, really, we just want to applaud you for all your work. It's very much appreciated. And then while we're at the topic of Liz, would you like to introduce yourself to those who haven't yet joined any of our previous sessions?
Thank you, Lishay. And also thank you for for the applauses. Okay, so my name is Elizabeth Mushwana. I'm also currently an admitted attorney. So I've had a 1-year anniversary last month as an admitted attorney, and also I'm employed at Financial Planning Institute as a governance and compliance assistant. Um, and I'm also the founder of this mentorship program, and I have 5 lovely mentors as well who are assisting me. Lishe, she's one of them. So yeah, that's basically it about me. Thank you, Lishe. Back to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Liz. Okay, so secondly, I just want to ask if you are a guest speaker today, if possible, can you just put on your cameras so that everyone can see your faces and just to make this session a bit more personal. And then we can immediately kick it off with our first candidate legal practitioner, Palesa, who is a candidate legal practitioner at M&M and Associates Inc. Palesa, if you are in today, can you please just introduce yourself?
Good morning, colleagues. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, colleagues, thank you so much for the opportunity. Unfortunately, I can't switch on my camera because I'm having unstable network. So having to switch off the camera will make the network connection having
That,
difficulties.
that's no problem at all, Palesa. You can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity once again. My name is Palesa Mahana. I am 28 years of age. I am currently serving my articles at M&M and Associates. Um, I am currently doing law school with the University of Walter Sisulu and have obtained my LLB degree at the University of South Africa in 2022. Currently specializing in civil, in estate, conveyancing, and criminal law. So basically, I'll just give you guys a brief of my experience currently as a legal practitioner. So I'll start with my first day experience. So I'd say that my first day was amazing compared to my first appearance. However, the staff was so welcoming and friendly. Not exactly what I expected because I've went to a lot of law firms where I would volunteer. So when I got there, I'd get the environment so tense. However, when I got to M&M, the environment was friendly from the senior candidates attorneys to management and the whole of the staff. Also, I'd like to inform the aspiring legal practitioners about the conduct in which we as the legal practitioners must maintain at all times. I'm not sure if you all know the Legal Practice Act, but I'm assuming we all know the act as we are bound to. So I believe we all know that this profession emphasizes more on fit and proper, which
Hi,
means that,
Palisa.
hello?
We're gonna take on the questions during the session. So this one was just an introduction. So I just want
Oh,
you guys to relax and delve into the session, and then we're just gonna run through all the questions. Everyone is gonna share their own experiences as well. But it's okay. I'm sorry to cut you off. Um, or all the panelists are just going to introduce themselves and thereafter they are going to share their experiences question by question. Is that
Noted.
okay?
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Back to you, Lishay.
But Palisa, you are now, you don't have to do the first three questions, so you can take a little bit of a break while we introduce the other candidates. So Daniel Pondo, over to you, if you can introduce yourself.
Hello, hello, hello. I think I didn't introduce myself. I don't know if my camera is on, something like that. Because,
Yes, your camera's on, we can hear you, you can go ahead.
but I cannot see myself, so it's right. All right. Okay. Besides that, I'm Daniel Pondo. I'm 32 years old. Turning 33 next month. So I do celebrate. I do receive gifts, guys, just for in case, right? So actually, I finished my articles last month at Legal Aid. I was in the Western Cape at a very small place called Vredendal. In Afrikaans, they say Platteland, right? So I learned Afrikaans. So yeah, I did a lot of crim work and a bit of civil, but mostly I consulted for divorce matters. I didn't do an actual divorce, so I don't have really experience when it comes to civil, but I have extensive experience when it comes to criminal litigation. And yeah, that's it from my side.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Daniel. And then I'll quickly introduce myself. I am Lachey Swanepoel. I finished my articles last year. No, sorry, my LLB degree. I finished my LLB degree last year. Started my articles in October last year as well. But I've been working for the same firm for about 5 years now. I'm doing the exact same work as an estate legal practitioner. So I administer deceased estates. And then, yes, so that's basically this. I've done quite a lot of extensive research into legal deceased estates administration. Sorry, I just want to admit this person. There we go. In deceased estates administration, and that's literally almost my basis of what I know about the legal field is that. And I'm so fortunate that I'm actually in this field because I've realized quite soon when I started my career in this field that that is what I want to do for the rest of my life. So I hope that when you get your articles that you get the same experience as I have. So yes, that's basically all from my side. Oh, and yes, I'm also a mentor at Liz's mentorship program for the past 2 years now, and I look forward to many more years to come working with her. And that's that for me. And then we can go on to Ria Betswe Mom, and if you can go and introduce yourself. Liz, my screen
Good
is
morning,
there
everyone.
we go.
I'm not sure if my
Morning, Ria.
screen is showing. My lighting is very bad, but can we just work with this for now until I fix it?
No problem at all. You can go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Arabizo Marman. I am 26 years of age, and I am a candidate attorney currently doing my second year, but almost done. We're just at the near end of it. I hope everyone can hear me because I think my network has glitches.
No, you are very audible. You can go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So I did my LLB with the University of South Africa and I graduated in 2023, but completed my degree in 2022. And I am working for a very small firm in Johannesburg, CBD. And I started working there 2021 when I was a student. So I've been there for almost 3 yeah, next month, the 1st of September will be 3 years working for that firm. And I'm also one of the mentors, first time being one, and I wish to continue the program with years as it goes. Please, Lizzie, don't forget me next year. Don't forget me next year. And I mentor group one. I do them, but I'll see them during the week. It's been a long break. So yes, I would like to hear more from everyone else. And oh, in my firm, since it's a small firm, we really don't have a specialization. So whoever who comes, we actually do it. But I've been working on deceased estate more, divorce, civil matters, and I haven't done criminal. We do have criminal, but I just don't want to take those files. But yes, my specialties, but my firm is open to any any matter that comes our way.
There we go. My mic was up. Perfect. Thank you so much, Rabetswe. I'm good to finally hear your voice. We've been mentoring for the whole year almost. I don't think we've ever actually spoken. So yes, Liz, that is, I saw you said Laura is going to join a bit later. So we've all introduced ourselves. Would you like to head with the questions, or would you like me to attend to that?
Please continue.
Okay, so we'll go in the same structure that we started with. Laura will join in a bit later. So to make it a bit easier, as we've now introduced ourselves in that order, we will answer. Palesa, you are exempt from the first three questions, so we'll start with Daniel. Daniel, if you can just share your experience of what your first day as a candidate legal practitioner looked like, and just describe what your expectations were walking into your first day.
Yeah. Okay. So with me, my first day was quite very interesting though, right? But in actual fact, I don't think it was really interesting because I was from Kimberley, Joburg, and then I went to Brenda, and it was on the 1st of August. So it was quite very hot. It's a hot place, right? So when I went there, because I thought like close to Cape Town, only to find out it's about 280 kilometers away from Cape Town, and it's like dry. Right. So I was frustrated. So what I expected, I'm talking about the place, right? The place, the expectation in terms of the place was just so crazy that when I went to the office, it was so dry too. Right? And my expectation in actual fact was that I was going to meet this professional people who has been in the field for so many years, who, when you check social media, most of the supervisors or managers are, when people share their experiences, they are always better, right? But we were more like a family. So the first day, I was introduced to the team by one of the coolest managers of the office, right? It was a civil manager, by the way. So yeah, it was great. And here's the crazy part. When I went there in the morning, every CA, because it's legal aid, right? So every CA took their files and they went to the office. Like, what? So I'm sitting like these guys, like, like they just moving to the office, to the courts, right? And it was at the time when I realized, dude, you are in for trouble, hey? It's work. Like those guys, they don't even talk. They just come to the office. It's on a Monday, and they take their stuff, they fly to court, they drive to court, and distance and all the stuff. So it was not really what I thought it would be like, but my first day made me realize that you are in for it, you know. And my experience was quite very interesting, though. I must say that I did enjoy my first day because I was at the office. So with legal aid, what happens is that there's court readiness program. So they prepare you for court. So you just don't go first day, then they prepare you for court to sit at the office. So everyone would tell me, dude, you should enjoy the office. Meanwhile, you are here. Because when you go to court, you'll never enjoy it anymore until you leave, right? So I'm sitting like, yo, Ivor, like everyone is scaring me with this thing, you know? So I need to take this court readiness program serious because it prepares you for court. And my first day was that. I started, I did my papers so that I can be able to get my rights of appearance. The following day, we went to Cape Town, and yeah, from there on, I was at the office until my rights of appearance came. So yeah, I
Absolutely.
think
It's
that's
very
it.
much of a wake-up call, right? When you go into office for the first time and you don't really know what to expect and you see everyone running around. And then you realize it's not like the shows like Suits and everyone's walking around and you look so powerful. It's actually much setting your foot down and getting into the work and getting your hands dirty. So my experience was very much the same as Daniel's. So, but as I now explained previously when I introduced myself, I started working for my firm, which is Elish Fakure Incorporated, when I was still a first year LLB student. So I can't really explain to you guys how it was as my first time as a candidate legal practitioner, because I just the merging from me as the LLB student working there to my candidate legal practitioner side was basically, it was the same work. So I'll rather explain to you guys how my first day was, especially my interview as well. So when I went for my interview at my firm, I really tried looking professional, and that is a guidance that I would want to give to you. Lawyers want you to look nice. So dress for the part that you want. So I went for my interview, dressed nicely. And first time off the bat, it's okay to be honest. So I told my principal, who is now my principal, who at that time was my manager, I told her, okay, listen, I am a first year LLB student. I don't know a lot yet, but I'm willing to learn. And she asked me, okay, do you know what a deceased estate is? And you will know when you do your LLB, you don't even touch that in your first year. So I had to be honest, I'm like, I actually don't, but it's fine because I can learn. And that's the thing about when you do your articles. It's okay if you don't know anything, because you will learn while you are busy with your work. So I got the job. I was very excited, dressed for the part, and I went for my first day. And yeah, it was actually crazy to imagine, as I just previously said about the suits thing. So when I walked into the office, there was a girl with files all around her, laying on the floor crying, and she's like, I thought this would be more like suits, but it's a lot of work. And I was like, oh my goodness, it's my first day, there's already someone crying, how is this going to work out? But you know what, it's actually all dependent on you as a person, how you manage your workload, how you are honest with your principal and explaining to them, you know, what your capabilities are and what you are willing to put in. Because I can tell you, I haven't yet cried, and it's now been 5 years. So I hope this is a bit of a to set your mind at ease that yes, it is very intimidating on your first day, but it is okay, because your second day and your third day, it will all just become so much easier, and in the end, you will love what you do. And if you work in a environment, as Daniel now said, where you have to run to court every single day, you will learn to love it. I can assure you that. So that was my experience as a first day, not just a candidate legal practitioner, but as my first day in a law firm. So going over to you, Riabe, if you can explain your first day.
Okay, so I'm pretty much like you. I never had a first day as a CA because I started working as an office assistant while I was doing, I think it was my third year, but it was combined with some modules of my fourth year. So I remember I got the job through a friend of mine who called me and said, do you want a job? I was like, dude, it's 9 a.m. in the morning. A
Uh,
student who is
Sorry,
doing
Riabe.
LLB, and he recommended me.
If you can just
Hello?
start, sorry, you cut out for a bit. I don't know if it was just on my side, but if you can just continue from the 9 o'clock situation.
Okay, no, not a problem. So yes, so he called me at 9 a.m. in the morning and said, do you want a job? And I was like, dude, it's 9 a.m. in the morning. Obviously, I do want a job. So it was his friend, who's a director. Um, he was looking for an office assistant, someone who was actually doing LLB. And I was like, okay, no, not a problem. I would like to go. So he told me that on the 1st of September, be there by 8 o'clock. And I got there. I thought it was an interview, actually. I really thought it was an interview. So when I got there, I was looking all formal, professional. I was very excited for the day. And when I got there, it was like just a one room office. And he said to me, okay, so you're going to be sitting here from now on, and I will be teaching you everything. And I'm like, oh, so it's not an interview? And he said, no, it's not an interview. Didn't they tell you that you were recommended and I just took you? I was like, oh, okay. No, that's nice. And I remember the first thing they made me do was read such a big file, and I did not even understand anything. I remember that the matter was about eviction, but I did not know anything about it. I was so stressed because I remember telling him that, but I know nothing about what you've given me. And he says, yes, that's the joys of not knowing anything, is that you get to be taught. And that's how, that was my first day basically. I read that big file from start to end, from when they sent letters of telling the people that they need to move, to the very last page where we were giving, where we had a notice of sit down. So for me, I really do not have the transaction of being coming in as a CA, because I started off as a office assistant. But I will say that my second month or my third month working, I had one experience that made me cry. So I'm one of those people that did cry before, but I really thank God that I went through that, because it has given me so much strength as a CA, and I don't fear anything anymore. So with that experience, it happened that I had to take divorce summons to the sheriff, and I did that, and the sheriff served the the defendant with the originals, and then said that I never gave him the original. And I was my director with me because I could not drop my job. Every document is there. And I was crying because now it's my first few months here. Secondly, I lost documents because I first thought I lost the documents because the sheriff said I did not give him the documents. And I had to fight with the sheriff because I was like, there is no way that you can serve documents without the original. And only for us to get a call few hours later, few hours later from FMB telling us that the sheriff served them with the originals. And I called back that sheriff and I told him where to get off, because firstly, he lied. Secondly, I got into trouble because I did not even check my documents when I was coming back. So for that day, I remember that day, the way I cried, because I was scared that I'm going to lose my job, firstly. Secondly, I need to hold myself accountable because I also did not check if original documents were in the envelope or not. But with that experience, I remember when I came back to the office, luckily my director was no longer there. When I came back from the office, I told myself that I will never cry. This is my first and my last time. And from that day, there's nothing under the sun that scares me, because now I know who I am. So yeah, so my first day, my first time working, that's what made me and built my character as a CA. So that experience taught me to be resilient till today. And now I'm not even scared to stand up for my client because of that. So yeah, that's basically my first day. But as an office assistant, I just moved in smoothly as becoming a CA.
It's actually good that it's not good that we make mistakes, but we all will make mistakes, and it's just how you handle that mistake that that sets that paves the way for you to learn from it. And obviously, you learned from it, so that was so good. I'm so glad that everything worked out fine. And for you guys that's listening, trust me, you will make mistakes, and it's okay because anything can be rectified as long as you learn from it. Laura is not yet in, so we will immediately go over to the next question. So, Palesa, you still have one more that you are exempt from. So, Daniel, if you can start explaining to us what you think is the appropriate conduct for a candidate legal practitioner.
Okay, actually, this is very interesting, right? Because we do have a code of conduct that really regulates how we're supposed to behave, right? However, what is imperative to always know is that you need to be professional at all time. And when I talk about that, that is imperative, that is key, and you need to be truthful to the state. You need to, and which is this one now is key, guys. It's important that never ever try to mislead the court, right? So if you represent your clients, you represent them to their best ability, to your best ability, and you do whatsoever it is that you should win a case, but do not mislead the court, right? And besides that, too, your conduct. is not does not start when you go to work and when you knock off, then you leave it at work. Your conduct is every day. You should, I know there's this thing that says you should walk the talk, right? So if you are a candidate attorney, this is what I told myself that in actual fact, I am a CA, but I do not see myself as a CA. I see myself as an admitted attorney, you know. And what is required for you to be admitted? You need to be fit and proper. And what does it mean to be fit and proper? And once you start to understand what is it to be fit and proper, then you start to behave yourself in that manner, because then that is the standard that is required of you in order for you to be able to be admitted, right? And there is a lot when it comes to being fit and proper, you know. And like for instance, I was reading this other case law now of Seba Tsan or something like that. It's a person that was working as a, I think, biomedical technologist at NHLS, right? And there was so many disciplinary stuffs and everything like that. So the LPC didn't want the person to be admitted, but eventually the person was admitted, right? But when you read to the case law, you'll understand the standard to be admitted, that it is very high. You know, it is expected of us to really just conduct ourselves decently, diligently, and that everything that we do, we should take into cognizance that it does not conflict within the interest of justice, because we ought to uphold the law, right? So as a CA, you have to be able to uphold the law. You're not supposed to encourage crime, you know, and meaning if you know, if your client expects you to commit a crime, you do not, you know. And I'm gonna make an example before I'm gonna close. Last year I was working December, so I went to Durban for a week and a half. Then I had to work on the 26th, right? So on the 26th, I went to Cape Town, then I took a bus to Vredendal. 27th, I had to do bail applications. And at the time, I'm so broke. I finished literally all my money in Durban. You know, when you go out for an excursion, you don't even think. Then when I left, I was so broke. Now there's this client of mine. He comes there and he consults with me. Now when he consults with me, after that, this guy take money out, and I'm not talking about 1,000 rands, a lot of money, like a lot of money, hey? And he gives me this money. He says, "I mean, take this. Thank you for making time." And I'm like, "No, man, I'm good. I don't want your money. I'm getting paid by legal aid, and I'm okay." Worst part, with legal aid, they pay you on the 15th. They pay you in November, the month end, then they pay you for December on the 15th. So you're gonna earn the following year, January. So that's practically 45 days. So you can imagine having to save your money for that long, right? And I'm like, no man, I'm getting paid and all the stuff. So he insisted. I'm like, no man, I'm okay. You know, I'm getting paid and all the stuff. So cool. The guy took his money, and then at that time, my manager came and he wanted to talk for the daughter, and from there on they left. Just at that time. So you could have caught me, maybe I took the money or something like that. But that being besides the point. The following day, I'm broke. And I'm like, hey, this guy, why didn't I take the money, ne? And all the stuff. But there was this piece that came with that. Like, you know what? You did what was okay. Because if you took that money, trust me, that was going to hang over your head. And that's how a lot of people are tested, right? Because we go into this career, you think that, you know, you're going to make money and all the stuff. And a lot of people that are really ethical, they will tell you, you don't make money over time in the career, right? And some people who are struck off the roll, I'm telling you, they take illegal money, they do illegal stuff and all the stuff, right? So rather be broke than having to try to be rich quicker, because you'll end up being in a hole that you never saw yourself in. Yeah, so from my side, that's just some of that, right?
Thank you so much, Daniel. Yo, that's quite a story, and you are completely right. So we as candidate legal practitioners are obviously not allowed to take money from the public, or if it is for specific purposes, such as when we are working for our principal. So obviously that money should have been paid into the trust account and then dealt with appropriately. So I'm glad that you upheld the ethical standards that we should uphold as candidate legal practitioners, as well as admitted legal practitioners. And I want to piggyback off that, that you said specifically in the beginning, where you said that a candidate legal practitioner must uphold the same ethical standards as an admitted legal practitioner. So you must basically think for yourself that you are already admitted. How will you conduct yourself when you are either in your own firm or you are a director? So that is basically what I see. So Daniel now took it a bit more on the code of conduct side. I want to put it a bit more into practice, how I feel candidate legal practitioners should be within a firm, which is absolutely correct what Daniel said. And then obviously you need to ensure in terms of the code of conduct that you conduct yourself with integrity, honesty, and reliability. For you to stand out as a candidate legal practitioner within your firm, but not just within your firm, but with the public, you need to uphold these standards. You need to put yourself at a higher level than a normal person in a normal career. And then you obviously want to remember that your goal is, with this 2-year period that you are going to form yourself to being an admitted attorney. So how you are going to train yourself now to be during your articles is how you will be as an admitted attorney. So if Daniel would have taken that money, and then and he would have got away with it, then in his career, most likely, if one time you can do something illegal, the next time it's going to be easier, and you will start forming yourself as an admitted legal practitioner that takes chances. And very soon the LPC will catch you, and then you're going to be disbarred, struck off the rules. So we want to avoid that at all costs. And then secondly, when you are a candidate legal practitioner in practice now with your specific principle, you want to ask yourself, how can you make your principal's life easier by upholding the ethical standards of the code of conduct, as well as aligning yourself with the provisions of the LPC or the Legal Practice Act. So that means, is it worth it for these 2 years to maybe work late? Yes, it is, because we are now setting the standard for ourselves as what we want our futures to look like. So in this 2 years, we're going to put in the extra work. You're going to work a bit later. You're going to work a bit harder. You're going to read a bit more than your principal even reads. And he's just going to expect of you to relay what you've read about the case or researched about the case. So you need to create a reputation for yourself within your firm, as well as with your clients, as being hardworking and an efficient candidate legal practitioner. So if you conduct yourself with professionality and efficiency, and you think on your feet and you put in the extra mile, you will not only make your time as a candidate legal practitioner much more enjoyable for yourself, because remember, when you work hard, your principal will see it, and you will get much more compliments and much less criticism. And then on a basis of criticism, take that criticism, because it's always positive criticism, meant to upbuild you, meant to teach you how to, learn from your mistakes and apply it in the future. And then the last thing that I want to say is, when you do that, when you take everything that your principal teaches you, you work hard, you are efficient, you will not only, as I previously said, make your life easier as a candidate legal practitioner, but you'll also pave a way for yourself to get a reputation in the industry, because your clients will also see it. One day they will say, oh, I remember you handled this case even though you were still a candidate legal practitioner. Now you are admitted. Oh, I cannot wait to work with you. So that is what you want to do. You want to build yourself up as being this professional person, for your, not only during your articles, but also for your future. So same question for you, Ria Betwe, if you can just explain a bit more of what you think the conduct of a candidate legal practitioner should be.
Well, I believe that honesty and integrity takes one person very far, you know? And just to also touch what Daniel said, that never mislead the court. You know, I've seen people, you know, one thing about working for a small firm is that it will expose you to a lot of things. And I've seen people lying to the court just to make their story or their client seem as if like they're not at fault or the other person is at fault, but it will always catch up with you guys. I know there's this saying that says that lawyers lie, but we really don't, guys. We really don't, because if you are going to mislead any person, be it your client, be it the court, be it other legal practitioners, it means you're building a name for yourself that is not in honesty. And also, when I say honesty, I don't just only mean in terms of like conducting yourself in court and stuff like that, but also there are so many people that easily take bribes. There are so many people that take brown envelopes, and a brown envelope might be nice for that moment, but in the long run, it will catch up with you. And there's nothing wrong in being an honest attorney. There's nothing wrong in standing your ground in terms of what LPC requires for us in terms of the code of conduct. There's nothing wrong in believing in the truth, because one thing I know is that the truth will always prevail more than lies. And a lot of people in the field, I do not know, maybe it's because we entered the field thinking that there's so much money and there's a certain lifestyle that you're going to live once you become an attorney. But it's not the truth for everyone. Some of us, we work for small firms. There's some people that work for big firms. There's some people work for medium firms. So if you're not honest with who you are, you will easily find yourself in places and in spaces that will lead you to your downfall. So if you're not an honest person, trust me, in this field, your years will be numbered. Your years will be numbered. And also what Daniel spoke about when he said he needed the money, that's being honest to yourself. Because in all honesty, we do need the money, but is it really worth your career? Think about the years you've spent. Think about, with us now, we've written board exams, and imagine having to be stricken off because of a mere 1,000 rands that you did not even, it did not even take 7 days to finish, because there's nothing you're going to do with it, because I mean, money that you get so quick, it's spent very quickly. So for me personally, being a CA or being an attorney, it's about honesty and integrity, and it will personally take you very far. As much as other people like shortcuts, but shortcuts always have consequences. They always have consequences. So do not fall into those people that believe in eating people's trust money. Do not fall into people that always want to win cases and give prosecutors money. Do not fall for that. Trust me, it will end in tears. There's one prosecutor in Pretoria, a female prosecutor, who was under the NPA and took a brown envelope. I think it was 200,000, and she got caught. So imagine losing everything all because you can't be honest with yourself and you can't keep true to the essential meaning of being a lawyer. If you're a prosecutor, there is a purpose and a mission why there's a prosecutor. If you are an attorney, there's a purpose why you are there. The integrity and the whole truth of being an attorney. So once you are dishonest with that, just know that your career will be numbered. Your years in this career will honestly be numbered. So that's my take in conduct and upholding yourself as a CA or an aspiring CA of the future.
Real Beto, you kicked the ball out of the park. That was spot on. So Palesa, finally it's your turn. So Palesa, can you just explain a bit more about what are the recommended practices and pitfalls to avoid as a candidate legal practitioner? Ria Beto has touched it a bit, but if you can just give us a bit more of your own insight into that.
Hi, Lishe. Palisa, she's currently facing technical issues. When she tries to join in again, she'll take on the questions. Can we move on to Daniel, please?
Absolutely. Daniel, over to you.
Okay. To an extent, I feel like we kind of answered the question, But yeah, the pitfalls or recommended practice and pitfalls to avoid a candidate practitioner. Okay, I think, guys, like we said, do not mislead the court. I think it falls under that, right? Uh, because the danger in that is that the court can report you to the FPC, meaning the magistrate, right, for your conduct, and they can even take it to your manager, you know. So yes, uphold the law with integrity and dignity. That's key. And I'm gonna make an example. And the other thing too before that is that, and I will speak from a candidate attorney from a legal aid perspective, because with legal aid, the problem is that a lot of times as legal aid candidate attorneys, we are really not respected by the court in general, and not always, but most legal candidate attorneys, they cry about that. That you're not respected in court, the magistrate does this and all the stuff. And when private practice candidate attorneys come there, they are treated like, as if they are the best thing and all the stuff. So that's always that fight, amongst us legal aid CAs and the courts. However, that being the case too, you still uphold your integrity and dignity, right? You don't go to court because there's conduct, right? So you need to then operate within the prescribed conduct, even in court, how you address a magistrate. Because sometimes you even get so angry, and you're like, you know what, Ngati, I can just give this vulgar word to the magistrate. And I remember I was telling my colleagues that, you know what, if you want to use vulgar words, the best way is just to say, as the court pleases. Because sometimes, here's the thing, you're so angry because the magistrate can just change your mood, your day, and try to just show you that you know nothing in public and all the stuff, and the gallery will be full, and you just stand there and you are angry, and now you cannot take out your streetwiseness. So the best thing in your heart, you know what you say, but I don't say you should say that, right? But I'm just saying in your heart you'll be using all the vulgar words, but then you like, as the court pleases, then you sit down, you know. So even in court, you conduct yourself like that. You have to respect the decorum of the court, guys. It's tough out there, hey. Maybe some of the CAs in private practice doesn't experience that. Because the other thing, now this is from legal perspective, is that uh, you are literally thrown on the depth of the ocean, right? At the time, you learn how to swim in there, and you have to swim out. You would carry over 500 files, and those files need to meet certain standards, right? And nobody tells you that until you go to court. And then you go to court, and then your previous uh, colleagues did not leave certain files there. Some did trials without files, but now you cannot proceed without files, right? You need to, and at the ultimate end, you want to protect your colleagues too, right? But this comes with experience. You have to protect your colleagues, and now you just have to, Your Worship, I do not consult this person. I cannot carry on with the trial. For that reason, I would request the matter be remanded for transcripts. Go to the state, bro, I don't have a file. Can you please give me a file so I can open a file for this guy and all the stuff? So you find a way of managing your files. You find a way of working with the colleagues in court, right? And the other thing is that even when you consult, right? Never consult with any person from court. I've never ever even used court interpreters to consult. Because what they do, they go to their friends or prosecutors and they tell them your client's version. And when you go there, you realize that your client's version was known, before you even placed it before court, right? So you respect your client as much as you can, and you respect the court as much as you can. You keep the decorum there. Sometimes it would force you to fight for yourself, right? And I had that experience when I went to court. And here's what happened. My first appearance actually was the worst, right? I don't pray any person to go through that. So this is what happened. I went to court. I don't know any person, right? I don't know my clients. The magistrate says there's two trials. They have been postponed for some time now, and one is a further trial, and he does not take any nonsense, sorry for that word, but I need to start with the trial. I'm like, Bishop, I cannot, I'm not ready. Like, these guys, they don't know me at all. So having to start a trial now, it would not be fair to the client and all that. He was insisting the gallery was full. He insisted. And I was like, Bishop, I'm not going to do that. Made a matter stand down so that I can be able to call my manager. Right. Then he said, you know what? 342A, 342A is unreasonable delay. My manager should come the following day. My managers came there. However, they embarrassed the magistrate in court, right? And it was a full gallery. There was a bail application of murder. So a lot of people were there. They embarrassed him. They said, the previous candidate attorney is not legal aid that was on record. It is a candidate attorney whom is recognized by LPC who came in the name of legal aid. So Mr. Pondo is not legal aid. That candidate attorney is not legal aid. They are individual candidate attorneys and they get instructions, not legal aid. If there's anything that's going to be wrong, it is not legal aid that's going to be fired, it's not legal aid that's going to be struck off the road, it is them. So the court cannot expect Mr. Pondo to then represent somebody whom he doesn't even know. The court should protect even the CA and all the stuff. So my managers, they went there, my HOO even went there and they fought in court, right? Um, so that was it. However, guys, it is not as easy as it seems, right? Um, as a CA, you are there to learn. Ms. Swanepoel said it nicely. You are there to learn, and the nicest thing with us is that you would make mistakes. Like some magistrates are open to train you in court because that's their function actually. That they should train you as a legal aid candidate practitioner, and they would direct you in court because you spend more time in that court. And some, because that was the magistrate that I had, right? I wouldn't want to use the word because he passed on, right? That he was a bit of racist and all that. That guy hated me from the first day. There was no there was no day when he never shouted at me. He always fought. Right. He always fought. To an extent whereby I even had to complain to the National Legal Aid Board because I wrote something on LinkedIn and then at the highest office of legal aid, they saw that. They wrote an email to the province and then that issue was addressed. The senior magistrate then, the same day when that issue was addressed by legal aid, the following day the magistrate was taken out of the court to another court and they brought another magistrate in that court for me, right? And from there on, I started to do trials every day. The magistrate literally trained us properly and it was workable. So when this magistrate came back, he thought I was still that Daniel that knew nothing. And me and the prosecutor, we just started to speak sections and we made him to stand matters down every day, every time, because he didn't know sections. Because now we were toying with him now, right? Because we were trained properly, which was great. However, it was a learning curve, right? That and this is in closing, guys. You know nothing, right? And when you say you are candidate legal practitioners or you are a legal practitioner. What I was taught by one of my seniors is that when you're a legal practitioner, you practice every day, meaning that you are not perfect. That is why you practice every day. That is why you go, you do your research, you do that. People who play soccer, they know after 2 months of not playing soccer, you would not be able even to play 45 minutes, right? But you practice every day so that you can be able to be on par every day. And that what is expected of each and every candidate legal practitioner or legal practitioner to be up to date with whatsoever amendments are there, with whatsoever precedents are there in terms of new cases and all that, right? It's something that you need, it's your daily food actually that you need to eat every day, right? And nobody will tell you actually that, even if they tell you that it doesn't make sense until you go into practice, then you realize exactly as to you need to keep par with whatsoever it is or whatever game changer that happens in the law, right? So from my side, that's it, guys. There's a lot in actual fact that I can talk about when it comes to the pitfalls. In practice. However, for me, guys, to you is that Be resilient. It's going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy at all. Uh, Experience will teach you, but you need to go through the process. Don't give up. We all cried, eh? We all cried. I even cried as a guy. Imagine I'm 32 now. I cried, you know. So, but then ultimately you have to soldier on. Yeah, guys.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Like literally, there's almost nothing less for us to say. You encompassed everything that I wanted to say, but just to touch on something that you did say that's actually paramount is we need to remember that we will never stop studying. You think you stopped when you finished your LLB degree and you're never going to study again? Not true. Then your board exams come up. You have to study for your board exams. Then you're like, oh, okay, after my board exams, now I'm done studying. But it's not. We chose a profession where we need to continue keeping ourselves up to date with relevant legislation, with new court cases that came up. Sorry, I just want to admit this person. Um, so yeah, so that is very important, as he said. And then another thing, on the same side as that we are continuing to learn, when we are in court and we address the magistrate or the presiding officer, and you never assume that you can just continue with your normal court process because you know the steps, you learned the steps, especially with your first time. They want you to ask questions. So you cannot go up there and say, okay, I'm going to start with my opening statement and just, go out and about. You need to address, your worship, can I continue with my opening statement? My Lord, I wish to continue with my opening statement. May I proceed? So they need to approve for you to, or say, okay, yes, you may continue. So that's very important. When you are in court, be very respectful. Remember to ask before you do anything, even if it seems like you have to do this. Ask the presiding officer whether you may proceed with that. That's the first thing. And then the second thing that I want to touch on is um, when you are a candidate legal practitioner, I want to touch a bit of with when you're studying for your boards. Remember, you already have a full-time job, especially with Daniel that's in court every day. It does not always, yes, court ends at 4 o'clock, but you need to prepare for your next case the next day. So you actually have a lot more work than your normal 9 to 5. But now you already have a normal 9 to 5. Where do you get the time to study for your board exams? So my advice to you is don't delay it until the last 3 or 4 months before the board exams to start studying. Start studying immediately. Make notes. Prepare for yourself that when you get to the point where board exam starts, that you already know the content. All you want to do is you want to revise. So make time in the evenings after you finished your day job, which is now our practical vocational training, to actually study for our board exams. So that's just my snippet. Daniel covered everything else. Palesa, I see you joined again. Would you like to also tell us a bit more of your recommendation of the practices and pitfalls that we need to avoid as candidate legal practitioners? Okay, it seems that Palesa still has some um, technical issues, so we can go over to you, Ria Betwe.
Thank you very much. Well, for my pitfalls, things you could avoid as a candidate attorney. You know, there is this saying that says, "Show me your friends, and I'll show you who you are." It also comes into practice. Show me the people you associate yourself with, and it will tell the type of attorney you're gonna become one day. You know, there are people that and it's so weird that I always find myself being exposed to people that do such things, and I really do not know why. Maybe it's just a way of teaching me to be honest. But avoid people that will teach you the wrong side of law, because there are people. I remember one this person was one of my colleagues, but his articles ended, and I remember he wanted the prosecutor's numbers in order for them to negotiate a deal, in order for their client, his client, which was his client, to not go to actually get bail. If you associate yourself with that, that will be the downfall of yourself. So when I speak of pitfalls, I speak of who you associate yourself with, who you associate yourself with would actually determine the type of person you are going to be. And secondly, touching on the court ways in terms of magistrate and stuff like that. I remember my last appearance before I went on a study leave, the magistrate, my matter was supposed to, I had to go to court for judgment, and the magistrate was not there. I spent the whole day in court only for me to be told that my matter was not there for judgment. And I recall even going to the senior magistrate, and I was like, there's no way I can come to court for nothing. I charged my client for a reason. And I even showed them the file, even the court file made sense to what I came there for. It did state that it was judgment, and the magistrate literally said that my matter was never heard, and there is no way that I'm in court for judgment. So also the resilience that I was talking about, that I had to stand up for my client. I had to be the person that said, you know what, if this magistrate is not going to help me, just because he's a magistrate doesn't mean that I'm not allowed to stand up for my law. And I like to say most of the time that we did the same LLB. So it means we are both lawyers. As much as they might have more experience and more years of studying and practice, but also don't ever think because you're a CA, you are incapable of standing up for your client. There is no matter of inexperience that should make you feel very less of who you are. I mean, for the fact that your directors or your principals are trusting you with a certain case, it clearly shows that you are capable of doing it. So I had to stand up for myself, and I had to tell the senior magistrate that no, I came here yesterday and I'm here today for the same thing, and no one is assisting me, yet I'm here for judgment. The magistrate was nowhere to be found. He didn't come on that day, and he was supposed to come the second day, and he didn't come, saying that my matter was never heard. So my recommendation or my advice to aspiring CAs would be stand up for your client. Don't be scared. Do not fear because someone is a magistrate, because someone is a senior prosecutor, and you think you cannot do that for yourself. For me, is stand up for who you are and stand up for your client, because at the end of the day you're representing your client, and not only in court, because I also do deceased estate, even at the masters, because you'll find estate controllers that will make your life a living hell. If you do not know how to stand up for yourself, do not be intimidated by anyone. Always have confidence in yourself and believe in yourself, that for the mere fact that you made it up to this point, don't be scared or be intimidated by any person. Don't be.
Absolutely. That is very, very important. But also in the same mindset that we remember that we should always remain respectful towards the presiding officers and the masters of the High Court and so forth. So I see it's already 11 o'clock, so we're going to change the questions up a bit. So I'm going to ask that we each attend to a certain question. So Daniel, can you explain to us what the significant changes came from the transition of you as a LLB student to then becoming a candidate legal attorney?
Hello, again. Okay, so from my side, right, I was employed before I was doing my households and all the stuffs. So when I was actually studying, because I studied through UNISA, I was working, right, and I was selling some stuff. So it wasn't really much of a transition per se, because it was just another different type of employment, right? And I think the difference in actual fact from the work that I did and what I did as a candidate legal practitioner is just the nature of the job, right? Because once you study, I mean, I could tell myself that, you know what, I'm not going to hustle or work now because I've made so much money, right? But once you go into practice, it requires your all in a way, right? Somebody said there are a lot of in actual fact, I've never drank alcohol before in my life. And it always comes as a shock to some of the colleagues because I'm like, how come, especially with legality in criminal, then you don't drink alcohol? You know, because of the nature of the work, a lot of people resort to alcohol, some of them and all the stuff, right? So it's tough, but You know, if you are called for something, and I don't say I'm called for criminal law, for law generally. I don't want to do criminal law anymore. I'm tired of it, right? But if you are called and you pursue that calling, what is work for people? For you, it won't be. So you will never work a day because you won't feel it. Yes, the heat will come in all the stars, but like Alicia said earlier on, that you end up enjoying something. Like she enjoys what she's doing, right? Because that's what she's perhaps called for, and she knew that a long time ago, and she's doing that now, you know? So if you are aligned with your calling, it won't feel like it is for other people, because sometimes people colleagues don't want to wake up in the morning, right? And there's no time to rest. You are always tired every day. Because even if you knock off, you don't knock off because you want to go and sleep. You take some files, you're gonna prepare for tomorrow. You wake up very early in the morning, prepare for that day, right? Or perhaps draft arguments and whatsoever not. But there's so much work. So the work is not only, and at university, they might tell you, or some lecturers never even studied, right? So they don't know what is required outside there. And then now you go out there, then you realize that, yo, this is crazy, hey? Because in actual fact, there's no life, especially as a CA, because you know nothing. You are an empty vessel. So you go there and you have to absorb as much as you can because you're not even sure whether you're going to be retained or not. So you have to know a lot for your year or 2 years of doing your articles, right? So because of that, it requires a high level of work ethics from your side, and you are going to get tired, right? And some who does not, who just wants to get admitted with no plan, and it becomes work. They don't even look forward to go to work. They just go there because they don't want to get admitted. So for the whole 24 months, they just go there because they just want the 2 years to end and for them to get admitted. That's all that they want. But they do not enjoy a bit of it. Not because they are treated bad, but because of the amount of work. Nobody, in actual fact, will tell you. And if they tell you, like, don't tell them so early, they might just run away. Truth of the matter is that the workload, whether you are from a small firm, medium firm, or the big five firms, the workload is crazy. That's it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And it's absolutely true what you're saying, but it's all about your mindset, right? Like, we know it's going to be a lot of work. We are prepared. Everyone has warned us that's admitted and who is now legal practitioners that it's a lot of work. So just go into when you do secure your articles, go into it with a mindset of the work that is expected of you and take it with a joyful heart. So, Ria Betwe, can you just tell us a bit more of how a candidate legal practitioner should carry themselves. We've touched on it a bit further, but do you have any additional notes that you want to make on that?
Yes, I could just add a few how one should carry themselves. Um, you know, when you are in this profession is a noble profession. So as much as we have social medias, but be careful on what you post. Be careful with the type of comments and the type of topics you involve yourself in. Sometimes there are certain things you want to involve yourself, but because of your profession, it kind of hinders you. There's this one, I just forgot the person, but my director is just making an example with that person speaking about what you post on your social media. So he was telling me about this one Leonard friend who um, was supposed to be in the panel of the building that got burned in Johannesburg that killed a lot of people. And because of a post that he made years ago, speaking about how he hates foreigners, that did not allow him to be in the panel because they said that it means you'll be biased whenever you need to give your closing. So as a candidate or as an attorney or whoever in this profession is, uphold yourself with so much respect, including what you post, including how you socialize with yourself. I mean, we do have social events where you will Do drink there and there, but don't be a person that forgets who you are in this profession. Because wherever you go, you'll meet a magistrate, you'll meet someone in CCMA, the commissioner, you'll meet anyone. So for me personally, I would say, as an aspiring person in the legal profession, is that hold yourself with so much respect. Do not forget who you are. Remember that this is a noble profession, and that sometimes we can't partake in so many things. If there is I know there are people that are homophobic, which is something I really do not like. And if you're one of those people, avoid posting such things, because one day you're gonna meet a client who is in the group of the LGBTQ. And then once they see the things you post, you're gonna lose a client. It might be one client at that particular moment, but that one person will then tell other people that this person is this type of lawyer. If you have an issue with certain topics, I just honestly think that there's some other things avoid to post, avoid to say, avoid to do, because of the profession you are in. Because at the end of the day, when you get admitted, they do say, are you a fit and proper person? And it's not only about how you conduct yourself in court, but also your personality as a person, who you are. Do you respect other people who are not in the profession? How do you carry yourself outside the court beep and outside the office? How do you carry yourself will determine if you'll stay in this career that is noble. So for me personally, I would say that always hold yourself with the highest integrity and respect, because you never know when will that one silly joke come back to hit you in your own future.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That is spot on. So, what Rebecca said is so important. So, even if you have a private account, just know that someone will be able to see your private account. It might be a friend who shares something. So, she's very much correct in trying to uphold yourself in your personal and your private life as a legal practitioner. That is the end of that. So I will take the next one just to tell you guys a bit more of how my professional journey has progressed. So I'm privileged enough that I obviously started my career when I was already a LLB student, when I just started. So that gave me a 4-year advantage of people that just studies and then afterwards go and secure their articles. So because I worked in a specific field for the past 5 years, I I am quite specialized in that field now, and not just because of the experience of the 5 years that I've had with the firm with deceased estates administration, but also, as Daniel previously said, I wanted to keep abreast of what is new, what is currently happening within this specific legal field. So I take lots of time to read articles, go check case law, and every single deceased estate is different. You think it follows the same structure, which is correct, but every single case is different. So you, as a candidate legal practitioner, needs to understand how do you do your research to attend to a specific situation, because not all case law will cover what specific situation that what you are currently going through. And that is why we have court cases, because it cannot always just be attended to outside the sphere of court, or you think you can just make up the information. So it's important for you to continue learning, read case law, ask the questions, and that's how you progress within your career. Um, so it's not, as I just said, it's not just about the time, it's about the effort that you put in. So you have to do more to be more. How I started making myself known within the legal field as a deceased estate administrator is I decided to start posting on LinkedIn. Guys, LinkedIn is your best friend. If you're not on LinkedIn yet, get on LinkedIn. So I started posting various posts about how deceased estates administration works, answering questions about deceased estates administration, posting snippets of circumstances that might occur, not just for other people, but for myself, because I know that, as Riabeso said, it's important that what I post on social media is correct, is ethical, is professional. So I cannot just post my own opinion on LinkedIn. I had to do the research before I made a post. That helped me to understand way more about what deceased estates administration entails and how to uphold myself as a deceased estate administrator. Um, so from there on, after all of the various posts that I made, I had various opportunities writing articles with already admitted legal practitioners, doing coffee dates with advocates, getting my foot in the door. It's small things like this. One day, Liz and I spoke about this specific situation, but fake it till you make it. And I don't mean pretend to be something you're not, but make yourself known in the legal field. So, yes, it's fine, you are only in your first year, but then go and show to them that your first year does not define who you are. You learned more, you put in the work, you are worth being in the same field and in the same at the same table as people who have been in the career for 10 years, 20 years, because you put in the work. So that's literally from my LinkedIn, from making myself known within this specific field, how I met Liz, how I am a mentor now. And so that's just my piece of advice for you guys, is if you want to be made known as a legal practitioner within the field, even in your first year as a candidate attorney, is to make yourself known on social media. Go to those events. If you get an invite for an event, or you see something posted on social media about an event for candidate attorneys or even for legal practitioners, see if you can get an invite. Speak to the person that posted it. I guarantee you it's much easier to get a seat at the table if you put yourself out there. So that's my 2 cents for that. Palesa, can you just confirm if you are on now? I see you are on, but I don't know if you still have technical issues. Okay, it seems that she's still not on yet. So let's take it to the next one, Daniel. In the event of challenging while you and me, Andrea Bethel, all in a fortunate position where we started working before we got our articles. But can you give some guidance from past experience with your friends who are in the same sphere as you? What alternative job opportunities are available for you if you struggle to secure your articles within the first 1 or 2 years after you got your LLB degree?
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, this is very interesting, right? Because I'm actually trying to venture into company secretary, right, roles now. So, guys, there's quite a lot. I think the mistake that a lot of people do is that when you go to university, in Afrikaans, they say work lapis, right? So you go there and then you just focus on the traditional route of the law, going to court, securing articles. That's a good thing. But there are so many opportunities out there for us guys, and there are so many internships too, right, in government, relating to the legal profession in general. And when I talk about the legal profession, I don't talk about you having to be admitted, right? Uh, the first one that I think is quite very lucrative is company secretary. So what has happened with being a company secretary is that if you have an LLB, you can then apply to their board, and so that they can be able to exempt you from doing the whole degree, which is an NQF level 5, which is the same as an LLB in practical sense in terms of the NQF, right? So after that, then you are going to write, if I'm not mistaken, I think 6 exams. When you pass those board exams, then you can then become part of the company, the governance profession, right? And they are just like we have the LPC and all that, they have a body to that rules them. And what's happening with that, I think it's section 86 or 88 of the, just I think it's section 88 of the Companies Act that regulates them, right, as to their roles and all that. But I'm just not sure between 88 or 86. So what's happening is that then You are not like your ordinary secretary, because I know when people think of secretary, they think of no, I have to sit in meetings and do all that. Yes, you're going to sit in meetings. You are going to, however, advise the board of companies and the CEO, right, in respect of new legislation that took place. So you're more like uh, a legal advisor, but obviously just more lucrative and higher and all the stuff. So you have again legal advisors in corporate spaces. You have legal administrators in government, and I know like in actual fact, every government department needs legal officers, right? Either you are a legal administrator there, or you can become a registrar. You can, which is very good too. There's a program at the Chief Justice Office. It's they call it clerkship, but it's totally different from being like doing your articles of clerkship. There, you are a clerk of the judges, and they earn quite very well. The last time I checked, it was for a year. I don't know now, or 2 years, something like that. But I think now it's for a year. Once you are done with that program, the experience is so great because you are literally sitting in court whenever they assign you to judges at the constitutional court. So you'll be sitting there and listening to how seasoned advocates present their cases and all the stuffs, and you will be assisting the judges in terms of the research for their judgment and all the stuff, which is very good, right? And a lot of guys that I have come across with who have done that, it's either they are admitted advocates, most of them that I've come across, or they're admitted attorneys. Sometimes they want you to be an admitted attorney, sometimes they just want you to do you want your LLB in actual fact. It's obviously an advantage to be admitted. And then prosecutor, obviously, I think some of you guys here wants to be prosecutors. So you can take that route. There's a lot. There's just plenty. You can become a what do you call this? Financial planner, right? You can venture into that route. You can do your RE1 and RE5. So RE1 and RE5 in practical is your regulatory examination that you write if you want to go into the financial sector. And once you have an LLB, and that you can become obviously a regulatory compliance officer, and the opportunities are endless there too. There's just quite a lot. You venture into compliance, there's quite a lot, right? So there is a lot of opportunities out there if you have an LLB. If you are admitted, some of those opportunities uh would be just like your admission would be like an advantage to you, right? So do not just say, no, I want to become an admitted attorney, so I will just wait and all the stuff, and then you get frustrated. You can even do in the meantime, you can write exams to become a teacher. I think there's this thing they call it PCE. You can do that. You can even lecture. I was offered an opportunity to lecture in Kimberley. However, I didn't take it. But you can lecture at colleges where you can apply there. They just need an LLB. Then you can go and lecture with public administration. And in actual fact, it's just one book, and it's everything that you did, but it's just an introduction to it. That's all. Like that whole book. I remember I taught a group of ladies, and I in 2 hours I was done with that whole book and they understood. So imagine if you have to teach that the whole 6 months before the right exams, or whatsoever, or the whole year before the right exams, only that. And I managed to do it in 2 hours, right? So there's plenty of opportunities in the meantime that can keep you going, because some people they want cars, guys. We don't have cars. Like not all of us are from a good background where they bought cars for us. So such jobs would actually help you to be able to write board exams, to be able to do your law school. Then you know that you can, once you get your admission, no, once you get the opportunity to do your articles, then at least you have a car, or maybe you have your board exams, you have your law school, then you just do 1 year. So there's quite a lot. You could even go to police, right? Become an officer at their legal department, like, become a soldier at their legal department. There, like, there's a lot. Like, the list is endless.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. That is absolute spot on guidance. Palesa, I saw you just joined. Can you take on the next question that we have is how can candidates overcome their apprehension about exploring new experiences? This will also touch a bit on Day's question, but we will attend to that a bit further. But yes, Palesa, if you can handle that one.
Okay, sorry guys about that. I just had some minor clinches. Um, I think having to embrace a growth mindset will help a lot of aspiring candidates in having to view challenges as an opportunity for growth and learning, and must always be realistic and also be able to set realistic goals, break down the tasks to management steps, and also build self confidence, because you cannot be a legal practitioner without being confident. Also, building, practicing self reflection, having to identify areas for improvement and development strategies. Yeah, I think that's all for me.
Sorry, guys, I forgot to unmute myself. Ria Beta, if you can just take on then our next question is what strategies can candidate legal practitioners employ to enhance their research and drafting skills?
Thank you very much for the question. Personally, with me, because I do a lot of research for my director, especially there are certain cases that um he would be like, no, they're a bit too complex. So you can do the research of this. If they tell you to research and how to lodge a deceased estate or how to lodge at the masters, do not just research that. Go as far as possible that if they ask you a question, you'll be able to answer it. There's nothing fulfilling as knowing what you're saying. And if they give you a task in terms of research, is that go above and beyond. Don't just research the only part that they asked you to do it. Also, what I love to do is if in a matter I'm a defendant or an applicant, I always love playing the other side also, so that you have defense in every aspect of whatever that can come your way. So whenever you're doing research, is don't just research what you are asked to research, but go above and beyond and do other things so that you yourself personally can have a greater knowledge of what you're doing. And I believe that when you do research, you're not just doing research for the purpose of that particular case or that particular client, but also it teaches you and you will also have more knowledge about the given topic. When it comes to drafting, I remember when I started working, my drafting was so bad. My director would take a red pen, anything that I would draft, even if it's a letter of demand, anything I would draft, he would make me redo it. So with drafting, how I sharpened my drafting skills is I started reading more of people's drafting. I started learning because LLB's English is far different than the English that you could talk to other people. And I think also that was like what I was struggling with. So the more you read how other people draft, find your sense of drafting skills because we don't draft the same. There's a friend of mine. He's also a mentor in the group. His name is Lesejo. I remember telling him that I struggle with drafting, and he taught me how to draft. So with drafting, I will say that if you struggle like I did, read a lot of people's drafting, people's heads of argument, people's documents that they submit until you find the one that will actually speak to you. And the tip that I got from my director is don't try to be someone else. So because I was reading my boss's drafting and I wanted to be like him, and he told me that no, as much as I'm teaching you, you also need to have your own way of drafting. So when it comes to drafting, how I sharpen or I'm still sharpening my skills of drafting is I read a lot of people's different drafting, so that when I actually do my drafting, I know how to go about what I really want to say, because drafting is a story you tell. So you can't start with certain parts without actually starting with the other parts of it. And just because the magistrate has heard something, if we be speaking about heads of argument that are in court, just because they've heard what you've said doesn't mean that in your heads you cannot now direct them to the ending of what you want. So personally, with drafting, I would say read more of people's drafting in order for you to find your key of drafting. And secondly, ensure that the story you're telling literally leads to where you want it to go. Don't go all over. Don't start with the merits of the facts, and then when you're at the conclusion, you now bring a new fact again. So just learn how to navigate your story, and read more of people's drafting. It honestly helps. That's what helped me to actually sharpen my drafting skills. There's nothing wrong in asking your other friend, your other learned friend, to give you their templates and show you how they draft certain things, and then also checking if this your sense of style. Like, do you prefer uh drafting this way, or do you prefer draft? Because I've noticed some people draft a bit differently, but it actually goes to the same place. So just learn just no, sorry, just find your way of drafting, but read other people's drafting in order to understand what drafting is, and in order for you to actually get to the point that you're trying to drive whoever's going to read your arguments or the drafting that you're going to have. So that's my advice in terms of research and drafting.
Spot on. Thank you so much. So I just want to touch a bit on how candidate legal practitioners should approach their professional legal training, which is also the PLT and the board exams. So I would definitely advise you to do your PLT before you write your board exams. The reason for this is your PLT actually gives you guidance on how to approach your board exams. They teach you or they give you summaries of not just the content in the board exam, but a broad spectrum of information. So take your time to apply your mind to it. So don't take the PLT for granted. Give your all during the assignments and the exams, and make sure you understand the coursework, because this will, as I said previously, help you with your preparation for the board exams. Because with your PLT, you also write tests. You also do 4 exams in preparation for your actual board examinations. And the scope of the coursework is very similar to what can be expected from the board exams. So, and obviously, when you do your PLT, you've got lecturers. So then you have an opportunity, if you don't understand something, that you can ask your questions, ensure that you understand the coursework. So when it comes time to you preparing for your board exams, you already have an idea of what is expected of you. So the other thing that I also want to tell about the board exams that I did previously touch on a bit is to take your time to study for your board exams. Don't rush it. So if you, for instance, decide to do your professional legal training first, then if you decide to do your 1 year candidate attorney PVT, then you will have a 7 month PLT. Or you can decide to do 5 weeks of PLT and 2 years of articles. So say, for instance, you decide to take your 7 months of PLT. Use the 7 months to study for your board exams because the content is the same. So then you have 7 months advance from other candidate legal attorney that just literally jumps into it and starts studying. The second thing is, don't assume that you will be able to study for your board exams on your own. It's a lot of work. It's 4 years of your LLB studies pushed into one, and there's your exam. So it's beneficial for you to get the study material from big institutions such as Lead, Gawie and Van Eck. They explain to you guys how to do your board exams, how to write it. They give you practice exams. They give you questions that were in previous exams to prepare you on the similar line of how things are expected. and they want you to succeed. So to give you a bit of background, I wrote my board exams now in this week, all four of them, and I used Harvey Leroux's summaries. So it's also, you can decide to do self-study or classes. I decided to do the self-study because I did my 7 month of practical, the professional legal training. So what I decided to do is I'm going to use this opportunity with my PLT, with my Harvey notes, so that when I read a Harvey note and I get to that specific coursework in the PLT, I already have my questions ready. And then the other thing, I don't know if you guys know, but the syllabus changed a month before the new exams. So these institutions want you to exceed because they want you themselves to look good as well. Because you are going to tell people, as I just now did, I studied with Harvey Leroux. So they want to, at least let you pass. So they gave us an amended, updated syllabus just before the exams as well to prepare us for this. So if you decided to study on your own, you wouldn't necessarily have that information. You would have taken the scope of the information, that the syllabus that the LSA gave you, and then you had to run with this, and it's a lot of work. So that is my 2 cents on that. Is number one, to give yourself time to study longer than expected. Don't assume you will only need a short amount of time, and also to be graceful towards yourself. It is a lot of work. Don't stress yourself too much out about it, because the one thing that I can tell you, there's not a cap on how many times you can write. So if you are unsure on an exam and you think, oh no, you're not going to pass this exam, it's fine. Be graceful towards yourself. You can write it again. Take it as an opportunity to learn from it. Now you know how the questions look. Next time you're going to do it, you're going to pass. So yes, that's my 2 cents about it. And then another thing is, when you do get notes from these institutions, not to share it with other people, because they are very strict with that. If you share it, they can, institute a summons against you because you shared privileged information. So just make sure that, as we are practical legal candidate attorneys, that we still uphold the standards, which means we uphold the rules that these institutions set out for us. So that is that from my side. Daniel, will you give us some advice that you have for aspiring candidate legal practitioners that we haven't touched on yet?
I think I think you said something. Uh, Fake it until you make it. You know, and there's one. So I recently moved to Johannesburg now, right? So perhaps, guys, if you guys want coffee, I'm around. So yeah, I say faith it until you make it. Faith, Faith, faith it, until you make it. Uh, Guys, practice is not easy, right? It's quite very difficult. I'm not gonna lie to you and try to sugarcoat things. And SSCA, it's worse. In actual fact, apparently this is what happened. People used to pay supervisors for them, like back in the days. Candidate legal practice or candidate attorneys used to pay supervisors for them to be able to take them under their wings. We are privileged today, right? And we need to see that as a privilege. So once you get an opportunity, be the best. Don't compete with anyone. I am not in competition with anyone, right? You run your own race at the best capability that you can. Because once you try to compete with someone, it's going to be a problem. I'm just going to make an example. I had guys who were from, because I was from UNISA, right? And I assisted guys that were from your big universities. And when I say big universities, what I'm talking about, right? And they would come there and they don't know how to do a bail, they don't know how to do what, but I would assist them, right? Because I understood that none of us know we are all colleagues. Even as we talk here today, tomorrow one of you guys might be my boss. We don't know that, right? Tomorrow one of you guys I might appear in front of you, might be a magistrate, you might be a judge. We don't know that, right? You know where you want to be. You know whether you want to be a magistrate or judge or not, right? But we are colleagues and we should treat each other like colleagues. So even when you are at school, see yourself. And I don't say fake it, right? Because now I feel like sometimes people draw stuff out of proportion. You say fake it, they will go to Facebook, they'll be like, yes, I'm an advocate, and they start to call themselves advocate, you know? Faith it. Faith it. Faith is the evidence of things hoped for, right? So you know where you want to go to. See yourself already in that. Talk like an advocate or an attorney. Like even your choice of words, right? When somebody talks, listen. Because the problem with us, and I've seen that a lot, is that you already kind of think you know when you consult with someone as to where they're going, what you want to say. Then already you give them advice before they even close their sentence, you know. So try by utmost best to listen because it will help you a lot. Try by utmost best to just not give advice if you're not sure. Always cover your back when you give advice. Make them to sign. Never forget this because people want something to blame. They won't blame themselves, but they will blame other people. So you don't want to represent somebody of which you didn't make them sign their instructions. So cover your back always. That's important. And be careful what you put, guys, on social media. That's important too. If you don't agree, as one of the speakers said, with homosexuals, don't write about it. Leave it. You know, if you don't agree with whatsoever things, leave it. Don't write it. Right. But if you have to represent them, then represent them. Right. Because my thing is that as long as it's within the confinements of the law and it's legal and I don't break the law, I'll do it. So sometimes your moral conviction might play a role, but if it's within the confinement of the law and it does not break the law, then do it. So yeah, guys, from my side, that's it. Otherwise, our journeys are different. You will experience it and you are going to endure it. Be always resilient at all costs. It's not going to be easy. It was never meant to be easy. Resilience, resilience, resilience. And that's all that matters in this profession. Otherwise, you're going to commit suicide. Otherwise, you're going to drink yourself to death. Otherwise, you're going to smoke yourself to death. But always try to have peace every day. Peace is quite very important. Actually, today is the Shabbat. So, yes, peace is important, guys.
Much, Daniel. Palesa, will you please explain to our guest what guidance you would offer fellow candidate legal practitioners encountering financial difficulties or feeling stuck with the salaries that we as candidate legal practitioners get? Palesa? Okay, it seems that she's having some technical issues again. Riabetsa, will you take over that one?
Okay, it's not a problem. This one I'm gonna advise you from a personal experience, right? And as I did say that I work for a small firm, so meaning a small firm means small money, you know? And I remember it was very hard for me at first to accept what I was getting. But for me, it was the end goal. So I've always wanted to become a lawyer for as long as I was in primary school. And I had to focus on the bigger goal, which is my bigger goal currently is my admission. I've always wanted to become an admitted attorney. And as hard as it is to work for a firm, either they don't pay you or they pay you very little money. And when you compare yourself, because as much as we can say don't compare yourself, but indirectly you will compare yourself with other people who works for bigger firms where a person is a candidate attorney in 3 months, they can buy a car. That time I don't even qualify for even an I-20. So, when it comes to financial difficulties, I personally had to tell myself that my bigger goal is that I want to become admitted, and that's my bigger goal. It's that my admission is what I want, and yes, I'm currently between either I still want to continue practicing after my admission, or not. But when it comes to financial difficulties, I always tell CAs that, because since it's a small firm, we do have people that would want to walk in and say that they're looking for articles, they're willing to work for free. I always tell people that don't say that, because the first few months it's going to be okay until reality hits you that you're really not getting anything, but the amount of work that you're doing, it's a lot. So if ever you find yourself in a small firm and they tell you they don't have money to pay you, rather opt for them to give you transport money so that you are able to come to work on a daily basis. I don't advise people to work completely for free, because I feel like there are other people are not the same. There are other people that enjoys exploiting other people. There are other people that enjoys living off other people's hard work. So imagine you tell a director or a principal that, no, I want to work for free. Yes, volunteering is good, but volunteer saying that can they at least give you transport money so that you don't have a struggle every day having to go to work, because now you don't get anything. The only thing that you're getting is experience, but also on the other end, financially you are being crippled. And I know getting articles, it's very hard. I know not the reason that people get to that point where they're willing to volunteer for free, it's because they've been trying to secure articles and they can't do it. So for me personally, I would say rather opt to get transport money if you go to those small firms where they don't have big clientele. And if they don't have big clientele, it means even their money is going to be very little. I remember when I started working, when I was an office assistant, I remember I got 1.5. Imagine. I got 1.5 and it was so hard for me to like continue. But I told myself that, you know what, my bigger goal is to become an admitted attorney. I did want articles elsewhere, but it just happened that I was never called back after the interview. But because I've built such a good relationship with my director, the money did increase. But obviously it's not to a point where I can afford certain things that I would like to have. So if you're going to work for a small firm, those are the challenges that you're going to face, which is financial difficulties. You will not be able to get certain monies that you'd like to get, and small firms expect that you're not going to get your 15,000, your 20,000. I know someone would be like, but that's what they should pay us. I'm now a candidate attorney, but the reality is, big firms choose their candidates either 2 years or a year prior to that year. Because right now, you go to a big firm, they're probably hiring people for 2026. 2025, it's already taken. They have their own candidates that they've taken already who've passed the assessment test and their interview process. And you will probably fall into the ones that will have to work for smaller firms and medium firms. There are medium firms that actually pay people a very decent amount. So when it comes to financial difficulties, is that just focus for that 2 years or 1 year that you will have. It's going to be hard, but if your bigger goal is to get that admission, just stick onto that bigger dream, and don't work for free. That's my advice. Don't work for free. Rather get transport money and like completely working for free. And also from experience with this thing of financial difficulties, do not use your own money for work things, please, because you're going to find yourself being broke. Already you don't earn much. Don't use your own personal things for work, because I had to learn that I don't get paid enough, and I'm done complaining about it. I'm tired of complaining about it. I've even accepted it. But I remember telling my director that whatever you want me to do that is work related, I will never use my money. And it does not matter if you also don't have money, I will not help in. That's just for me, because I realize that I when you help a lot, they also take advantage, but not everyone is like that. But just to sum up the financial difficulties, especially for small firms, is that if your bigger dream is to become admitted, just focus on that, because trust me, securing articles, it is very hard. There are people that have been seeking graduated 2020, they still haven't received anything. And also to touch base on what Daniel said, that don't just only focus on becoming an attorney or an advocate. There's so much that you can do with your LLB. And yeah, um, if you're gonna work for a small firm, just expect that you're gonna get very little money. But at the same time, do not let the passion and the calling of law die because of money, you know. Get your admission and then you'll see what you do after that. And then if you're working for big firms, I mean, be very smart because most of them they retain you for that 2 years or 24 months of your articles. So be financially smart that should it happen that they don't take you after the 24 months, you know that if you're gonna downgrade your lifestyle because you've been earning a huge amount of money and then now you're gonna work for a firm that there's very little money, learn to be very financial, like independent in terms of learn how to save money because you don't know what's going to happen after admission. You might not even work for another big firm. You might now go to a small firm, and small firms there's very little money. So small firms, just look at the bigger goal, which would be your admission. And then with big firms, I would say that use your money wisely and always save up because you never know what's going to happen after the 2 years. So that's my take of financial difficulties.
Thank you so much. And we also need to remember that the new directive that was issued by the LPC that CLAs now in urban areas will receive a minimum salary of 8,000 Rand per month. And then in rural areas, it's 6,000 Rand per month. So at least you know if you get less than that as a candidate legal practitioner, that you have every right to go to your principal and inform them of the new directive that was issued and request that your pay be bumped to the correct minimum wage if you receive less than that. And then if they refuse to pay you in accordance with the new directive, then you need to report your principal to the LPC so that you can get your correct funding. And remember, always remain respectful when you approach the situation because it is a very tender situation, but it is something that needs to be addressed. And remember also the last thing that I want to touch on is that never get a second stream of income while you do your CLA unless you've got approval from the LPC. If you get a second stream of income or you do alternative work outside your scope of your practical vocational training and the LPC finds out about that, they might refuse to admit you as a candidate attorney because they have this directive that you have to give all of your attention to your practical vocational training. So I did 2 jobs before I did my practical vocational training. I applied to the LPC and they denied me. And so I had to let go of that job so that I can do my practical vocational training. And remember, it's just 2 years, then you'll make the big money. And I promise you, you will make the money that you want if you put in the work after your 2 years. I just want to inform you guys that I don't have my laptop charger with me where I am currently sitting, and I see my laptop is almost on the way out. I just got a notification. So if I switch off, just now my laptop shut down. So I just want to warn you in advance. Riabetsa, will you just take over the questions if you see I shut off? I think we are at the end of the session anyway now. So
Okay.
just for I just want to say thank you so much to all of the guest speakers that did join today and for all of your insights. I'm sure that the aspiring legal practitioners here are so very happy that they got this information. And I would like now to open up the floor for a Q&A session. So to make this efficient as possible, please raise your hand and then Riabetse will call you on the list where your hand is raised. And then she will call your name, you unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and then ask your question. And then I think Riabetse, start with the questions that are already written down. So Temba, he wrote down a few questions. There's one from Day, one from Yulisa, not one from Nosile, and then there's one from Sipukazi. So we can start with this. And then if you have a question for a specific guest speaker, you can just name them and then they will direct their question and they will answer you. So Riabetso, we can make chances so that everyone gets an opportunity to answer a question. So we do the same as we did now. Daniel, get an answer, you get an answer, Palesa and myself. And yes, that's it. So we're opening up the floor for questions. We'll start with Temba's question. I'll take the first one. How did your time as a candidate attorney shape your legal career? Any key skills or experiences you focused on? Yes. So I did touch on this when I did my when I explained to you a bit more of my career progress. But the thing is that I noted is that it helped me to be a bit more professional, but also understanding how to read a room. So we as candidate legal practitioners assume that we have to put on this mask of professionalism all the time when we deal with candidates, when we deal with clients. But sometimes they want a bit more they want to feel a bit more informal with you. They want to be comfortable with you, telling you certain information. So you need to read your client as well. So what they expect from you. This will also shape you as how you advance in your career as well, how you address your magistrate, stuff like this. And then the key skills I focused on during my articles now and even before that is obviously I knew what I wanted to do before I started my career. I wanted to do deceased estate administration and I wanted to be an admitted attorney. This is my goals. So now I have long-term goals and I needed to make it shorter for myself. So I started doing research on what is expected. I just want to admit this person, of what is expected of me as a deceased estates administrator. I learned how to draft. I checked various L&D accounts that were on the internet, see if I can identify mistakes on it. I also asked my principal, who is a specialist in the field, what pitfalls I can, prepare myself for. How do I attend to difficult clients? So it's very much dependent on your specific field that you are going into, on what you need to focus on. But the main thing you need to focus on is how to conduct yourself as a professional and how to draft. That is the two things that are most important. So you will also note when we do our board exam for court procedures, we literally the whole exam is about drafting because they want you to be able to not make mistakes when you draft your documents so that the opposing party cannot take out these mistakes and use it to their advantage. So that's the thing that I would focus on the most is how to draft, how to conduct myself within my specific field, and also continuing to learn in my specific field. What can I do to better myself, and how can I make myself a bit more known and put my foot into the door of this field. So Daniel, can you take over the second question of the impact of minimum wage?
Yeah, thank you for that. Because in all honesty, I don't know if the chat is working because I cannot see any chat, right? So I'm just putting it there. I think the minimum wage eight, like now with CAs, it's
Sorry, Daniel. I will just read the whole question for you for some direction. So it
yeah.
says, impact of minimum wage. Do you think the new candidate attorney minimum wage will affect hiring, especially between small rural firms and large urban ones?
Oh, that's interesting. Uh, especially having to talk about the small firms, because to an extent, sometimes I do feel that it's not as if there's not money, right? I think there is money. I think some directors at small firms just misuse the money and then they, in a way, not all, there are some firms really that are struggling, right? And I think because of that, they might not be able to take CAs because of the struggle. However, there is, I think it's a CETA or something like that, where you can apply. Once they accepted you, then you can go to a firm, and then the firm can tell you that you are paid by CETA. Right. So there is that option too, if ever a firm wouldn't be able to afford you. I know, for instance, in Kimberley, what they do, um, you have CETA that does that, and then you have the Premier's offers. The Premier's offers does the very same thing too. They give their students, so what they do is that you apply for the candidate legal practitioners program, and then they're going to give you like 8K, right, for 2 years, and then they take you to law school too. So I know they do that, right? So it is a bit of a challenge. It will be a bit of a challenge to those that cannot afford 8,000 rands. But truth of the matter is that sometimes it's not as if they cannot, right? It's just that some of them they make money, they drive expensive cars, some of these guys, but they just you're not a priority actually, right? You're more like a liability to them, right? and which is sad, and that's the sad reality. You know, I have a friend of mine who was working for a firm, and it's like, you know what, the director always said doesn't have money, but the director literally wears a take of 25K. Like imagine, and doesn't want to pay the CAs. Doesn't make sense, right? So sometimes it's not that there is no money. It's just that they're not willing to give you 8,000 rands. And it's sad because even with 8,000 rand, you can't do anything. So yes, definitely the minimum wage now for the CAs, it will in a way, to some extent, make some directors to be reluctant. I don't know why, because some of them they take their children over to expensive schools. So you should remember that they finance themselves too. So they take their children to expensive schools, they buy this cars, they do all the stuff with the money during the course of the month. So their children are at Kuro, so that and they take their friends out to this most expensive what do you call restaurant and bars for that matter to go and drink and all that pubs, you know. So it's crazy, guys. I don't want to lie to you. There's just a lot of dynamics when it comes to that. But I think it would affect. I think it's again good for me personally. I mean, with legal aid, we when you started, you get like 5,000 for 2 months. So I think it would be good. You'd start maybe with 8,000 rands, but then from there on, you get something like 17K. Like home, I think now it's maybe 18, but I think the last time it was 17K for the first year. Second year, it's more, right? After deductions, and that's after deductions, you go with about close to 20K. That's a lot of money, and legal aid is one of the biggest. Actually, I think for me, it's the biggest because it's the biggest firm in South Africa, right? And it's not counted among the big five firms, but they are more comfortable, right? And they're okay. But the struggle, in actual fact, I think would be with the small firms, and a lot of CAs at that stage won't be able to get in. So, guys, it's going to be tough, eh?
Thank you, Daniel. I don't know if Palace is still here, but if she is, can she tackle question number 3 from Temba that says, what were the top factors you considered when picking a law firm for growth and security in South Africa's competitive market? Palisa, if you're there, can you please answer that one? Okay, I think Palisa is not here anymore. So I guess it's just you and me, Daniel, that would have to do the answering.
Yeah, that's cool. It's cool, but I cannot see any question, hey?
Okay, so let me just answer this. We'll just do the fourth one. Um, the top factors. Well, personally, I didn't have like a factor where I could pick and choose. Yes, I did want to work for like big firms. I really did want to. I wanted to work for, I mean, even when you tell people you work for a certain firm, it would have made a huge difference. You get me? But it's just unfortunate that I did not have the privilege to like even get an entry in any of those. But personally, working for a very small firm, I would choose it again besides the money part, because reason being, I know it speaks about like security and stuff, but I'm just gonna touch on basis in terms of like the experience that I've been exposed to, and having friends that work for big firms and realizing that we don't have the same experience. Um, so the question, I'll repeat the question again. It says, what were the top factors you considered when picking a law firm for growth and security in South Africa's competitive market? So as I did mention that I was not privileged enough to have like a list of firms that could have taken me, or because I've applied at different firms and it's just that I was never accepted. But personally, I would still consider taking a small firm again. Reason being is that the growth that I am exposed to in the legal field is far greater than some people that I know that I'm friends with that work for a bigger firm, right? For them, security financially, they do have security. For me personally, financial security, I do not have it. But if ever I were to give someone an advice, I would tell them that, because I know of certain big firms, they don't just want you to just be a student at school with just an LLB. So my advice to you guys would be, if you want to work for big firms, um don't just be an LLB student, be active at school, do certain things, volunteer. Whenever there is, especially on LinkedIn, you'll see big firms will say they have holiday vac work. Attend those things. It would really help you to be part of the big fives or the medium firms, and it will definitely give you growth both in the security side financially and the growth in learning and being exposed to the corporate side of law. I hope I answered your question, Temba. It's just that I'm not part of those firms, but my advice from what I know and what I'm where I am, I hope I answered it. And the fourth one says, Daniel, does law school really prepare you for legal world? Which skills give graduates an edge in a job application?
Okay. I think you mentioned it now. I think you actually answered that, right? Besides your marks, right, being active at university actually assists a lot. And especially with the big firms. And if you're on your second year now, then it's best to apply for the big firms already now, if you are on your second year, you know, of university. Otherwise, the law school issue, the law school, it's how should I put it? It's mandatory. If you want to get admitted, you have to. It's not negotiable. You need to do law school. You need to write board exams. So your law school will prepare for the board exams. However, with me, I did the opposite. I first did my board exams, then law school recently, right? And that was because we were quite a lot of CAs, and some CAs had to attend, some of us had to do courts and all the stuff, right? And but in the meantime, I just went and wrote. I was like, if I'm gonna fail, it's fine. I sometimes I started like for 2 days. I don't think you guys should do that. Like I would study for 2, 3 days, but I passed my like two board exams, right? And so I did that. I'm like, you know what, me, I'm just gonna write, and I would take material, I would study, you know. So law school is imperative. You cannot be admitted without it. And I think Rabet, you answered the question in respect of skills and all the stuff. And just to add on Uria, I wanted to be in corporate. However, I did Chrome, and I still think that I'm going to venture into corporate. But when I chose legal aid, I didn't actually, I just applied because I wanted to get admitted. And they called me, and I applied at so many firms in Centon. But legal aid called me, like, you know what? I'm going. And I left. And that was it.
Thank you, Daniel. And then there's another question from Day. He says, when I take another opportunity, for example, compliance officer, will I not affect my application for CA with firms? Um, if you do a compliance officer before you get your before you become or you apply for your articles, sorry, to apply for your articles, because when you get a job at a law firm, you still have to like register and then have a contract with LPC for 24 months or 1 month, 1 year. So if you do your articles and then an opportunity comes for you to do something outside your articles, you can't do both. Reason being is that if you're doing your articles, you need to focus only on your articles. And if ever there's another job, because a compliance officer, it's a total different job from what you're doing. You either have to like deregister your contract or terminate your contract with LPC and where you're working, then work with a compliance officer. But if you have the certificate and then you do your articles, then that won't be an issue, because then you will be putting that compliance officer part on the side and then doing your articles for 12 months or 24 months. 12 months is if you did your law school, I think it's 6 or 7 months. And then as for 24 months, it's those people that didn't go to law school. But some firms, even if you did go to law school, you still do 24 months. So if you have the certificate and then you decide to do your articles, then you'll have to put that side of compliance on the side and just focus on your articles. but you can't do two things at the same time. LPC doesn't allow us to do that. If you have a company, you have to deregister it or remove yourself as being a director. So when you do articles, you can not do any other job. You have to apply to the LPC, and most of the time they decline that. So I hope I also answered that question if I understood it. And then Daniel, I think this one suits you both because you worked with legal aid, you work with legal aid. How do you strike a balance between the demand of legal practice, your personal life, and well-being?
Uh, yeah, that's interesting. I think for me, two things. I'm gonna make it personal, right? Two things for me assisted me. Actually, three. I'm a chess player, and where I was at, we formed a soccer club because all of us was there from their side, from the friends that I had. So we had a soccer club where we would jam every Tuesday and Thursday, and I would jog too. And then besides that, I went to church. And all that just assisted me so that I shouldn't be consumed by the workload, right? So sometimes you need that balance in your life. The workload is so hectic that it will never come to an end. Like it will never come to an end, trust me, right? But you need to balance your life too, meaning that you need to do stuff sometimes, even that would take you outside of your workload so that you can be able to do something else, right? Because just imagine this, the workload is so much, then you have to spend time with your wife. All that you're going to think about is work, trust me. But if you say, after work, I'm going to gym, you focus on the gym, you go to work with a clear mind. You're home with a clear mind, where you're going to enjoy your wife, where you're going to enjoy your family, or you're going to enjoy your time alone if you are not married or anything. So for me personally, it's just get involved in other stuff that will just take your mind outside of your work environment. So that's from my side, guys.
And just to add on what Daniel said, guys, it's good to have a, a a hobby outside your job. Please, it's work is very tiring, so it's good to also have something that clears your mind out of it. And we have another question: is practically doing LLM while you are a CA, are you allowed to further your studies by law? Will you cope with the load if you put yourself to it? I know a lot of people that did LLM. I'm one of the people that wanted to do my LLM while doing my articles. It's just that what I wanted to do was closed, so I could not then do my LLM. But a lot of people do their LLMs while they are CAs. It does not stop you from doing that. It is a lot of work because I wanted to do it with UP, University of Pretoria, and I know for the course I wanted or the LLM I wanted to do was that I would have a class for I think the first month or the first 2 weeks. Every night I would have to travel to school, so I know it would not have been easy considering the fact that I'm married and I'm a mother. So imagine knock off at 4 o'clock. I have to go straight to Pretoria, have to do my classes, and then come back home. But it is possible. I wanted to do it. It's just unfortunate that what I wanted to do was closed at that time. But a lot of people do it. And I mean, people can handle. I know there's a lady who got their admission, and then few months later they graduated with their LLM, so meaning that they did their LLM while they were doing their article. So it is possible. It's just going to be a lot of work, and if you are a person that can handle it, then it's not an issue, because personally I feel like if you can set your mind onto something, you can definitely do it. So I'm seeing, I don't know, let me just check if there are other questions. If not, we will then do raise your hand, because there's one from Elizabeth when they saying thank you. And then, okay, there's another question. Danielle, it says in the process of applying for CA position, what what should be in your cover letter?
What should be in your cover letter? All right. Like we said, I think Uriah said it, and I said it too, that be active at university because employers, the natural fact was to see why should they take you, and there will be descriptions of the job as to what they want from you and all the stuffs and the skills that you have. Obviously you are not experienced because you don't have work, but if you can go to your local clinic, and render some services, do mood courts and all that, all your experiences that you're active in this and that, and maybe you can even choose sometimes your best subject. So this is what I do. If I apply for a job, I mean, I did crim, right? So I have tons of experience in crim, but now I want to apply for a job where they want somebody who deals with contract and all the stuffs. I laid out that I I did my LLB, and this is how much I got for contracts. Um, and we don't lie, you don't lie. We just exaggerate sometimes when it comes to our covering letters and all that. And how much you love that, even if you don't love it, because you were never really experienced when it comes to that. And then you even did that at your law school. So that's what I would put in, right? Just to try to show the guy that, or the HR recruiter, that I am the guy for this, right? But you need to write stuff that makes you stand out from other applicants. And worst part is that you don't know those applicants. So you need to do some other stuffs, right, at university that will give you an added advantage out there from your colleagues. Because your colleagues, some of them did moot court, some of them did street law, right? Some of them did so many things. They were active in SATU, they were active wherever or whatsoever organization that is at university. They were active in those universities and they would write that. So you too, you need to find something like that.
Do we have other questions on the chats? We don't have any questions. Oh no, I just saw one. Greetings, mentors. How does one prepare for interviews? Um, how many interviews have I been? I think I've been to 3 interviews, and I think I just stopped applying because I just wanted to focus on um my articles and just finish. But what I used to do to prepare for my interviews was that I will personally, if it's a company that deals with debt collection, I would literally do so much research around what the company does. I'll do research on the company itself, what it does, what its vision, its purpose. So whatever I'm going to answer, I would want for it to be in line with what they do. And I remember my first interview for a CA position. I even had to go to like do research on how to answer questions and what should you do and what should you not do. So personally, I would say study the company, know what that firm is and what do they, so that when they ask you questions about certain things that they do, you do have a slight idea on what you could say in it. Yes, I know that it might be fresh from varsity or you've never worked at a law firm. So, excuse me, it wouldn't be easy for you to be able to tackle certain things. But at the end of the day, if you familiarize yourself with the company, their visions, their purpose, what they do, it'll be very easy for you to like prepare for an interview. And they always say that when they say, do you want to ask a question? What I always used to do was I did ask them questions, and I would ask them questions about, I love studying and I would really love to pursue my studying. So I'd like to, I used to ask them questions of like, does the company cater for financial um assistance when it comes to studying, or do they have courses? Because I know some companies have their own courses to help their own employees. So I would ask those questions because I really love developing myself. So for me personally, tackling interviews is knowing the company that you're going to the interview for. I know we apply for so many things at a day, but just familiarize yourself with whatever company that's calling you for an interview and do your research behind it, and also find out what they do in order for you to have a slight idea in questions that they will ask you. And most of the interviews that I have done, they felt informal because it was just like questions that I was asked by someone that, yes, I don't know them, but they asked me in a friendly way. So I've never been to a panel one. So maybe that one is a bit different from my experience of it. But overall is know the company and be confident at all times. I saw one question. It says, can one become a judge if they go the CA route? Danielle, can you please answer that?
Yeah, well, oh, well, being a judge, in actual fact, you need extensive experience In most cases, they take advocates, right? Because advocates do appear a lot in high courts, Supreme Court of Appeal, and constitutional law, right? Uh, Not constitutional, but constitutional court. So you do either to go to the bar as an admitted advocate or become an admitted attorney, get first the experience, then you take it from there. Whether you could even become a magistrate for that matter. Because I know even like if you are a lecturer, some magistrates are not even admitted attorneys or whatsoever. Some are like even sidebar guys, but they are lecturers, they know the law and all the stuff, and then they become magistrates. So, and I think recently what I've seen is that with the Constitutional Court, even to become a magistrate there in part of the benches, I think they need somebody who's from an academic point of view, right? So this is just that you need to be admitted either as an attorney and advocate, but with a lot of working experience. I don't think there's any judge that is below 35 years. I've never came across a judge who's 35 years or even 30 years for that matter. But you do get magistrates who are like 30, in their early 30s or 28. But a judge, you don't, eh? So you need experience if you want to become a judge. Yeah, I think that's from my side, Ria, when it comes to that. I don't know, because I see you muted yourself.
Oh, sorry, I hadn't unmuted myself. I was saying there hasn't been any questions after that one. So if there's anyone who wants to ask a question, please do. Okay, I can see Temba raised his or her hand. So Temba, you can unmute yourself because I can't unraise your hand. You can unmute yourself and answer and ask, sorry.
Okay. Thanks, Riabetri, and thanks to everyone. Actually, this session today was very insightful. I had about 100 questions, and now I'm only left with one because they were all answered. So this question that I have is that with the high unemployment rate in the legal field, how do you balance choosing the right law firm for growth and security without being overly picky? And what strategies can one use to navigate these challenges and stay on track towards their dream career? Thank you.
You can go first, Daniel. I'll answer after you.
Yeah, sure. It's an interesting thing, right? I think being picky sometimes is good, but you need to be realistic with yourself, right? As to whether would it assist you in any way, you know? This is what I said from my side, right? When I went to legal aid, not as if I wanted to be at legal aid, but when I was there, I did my best, right? But now I've always wanted to go into corporate, and I want to venture into that space, into corporate space, but I only have criminal background, right? But once I get admitted, I think it would be a bit easier. I even have a plan. So I have a plan, guys. The key is to get admitted. It's very difficult to already get into the field as a CA because there's a lot of unemployed CAs, right? That is established. But you need to have a plan to say, it's fine. I want to get admitted. The market is difficult. What skills do I have that I can sell? Can I go to a firm to say, guys, um, you just pay me transport money, then I will do the rest. Register me, right? Or I have law school, I have this, I have a car. That's what people do, right? And it gives them an edge, right? And you become only picky. And for me, here's the thing. The problem with a lot of people, I know few guys who are admitted attorneys, they want employment, they always complain that there's no work. But I'm like, dude, you can open your own thing. Why don't you open your own thing? Right. So unemployment rate is high because we are not taught or we don't have the audacity to open our own firms. Right. So the best thing that you can do is go to any firm, put If you have to do 100 CVs and put them into any firm, do that. Right. Go door to door to some firms. And once they take you, stay there, and you can always just move to another firm. But the most important thing is get in. Right. So leave being picky and all that, unless you're a cum laude or summa cum laude student and these big firms will take you, they will run after you. But if you need to run after them, just apply anywhere, my guy. Just apply anywhere. Because the most important thing is to get in. You can ask Rhea, right? Okay, with her it was a bit easy, but just ask her and if she can attest to what I say that a lot of CAs are actually at firms they didn't want to or they didn't even think that they would be there, but they are there, and the goal is to get admitted, and that's what matters.
Also to just to add on, you know, law, there's so many people who are graduates, right? There's so many people that are graduates, and sometimes you don't have the privilege to be very picky. Sometimes you don't have the privilege to be very picky because there's just a lot of people who are graduates who also want to come into the legal field, and there are so many people that want to become attorneys. I mean, I've applied for legal aid twice. I've never even made it to the interview, right? But that did not mean that I must then stop. To get me? I know there was someone who actually said that they only want to work for legal aid and nowhere else. And we actually told them that not everyone gets to be taken where they want to. So what is your plan? So law is very saturated. There's so many of us. So personally, I would say, um if your biggest goal is to become admitted, take what you can at that moment, and then after that, you can go wherever you want to. Because not everyone will be privileged enough to pick and choose and be like, no, I don't want this, unless you have like opportunities where two firms have taken you and then you have to decide. Then, if it's like that, then great, you can choose what you want and what you don't want. But some of us, we can't. And if you are going to fall in those people that can't do what they personally want to do, I think just take what you get, learn from it, and move as you go. Um, because, yeah, no, unemployment in the legal field is very scary. And also, just to touch bases with the new salary that LPC has implemented, personally, I think that will also contribute to a lot of people not being employed, because big firms and medium firms, that 8,000, they're already giving their CAs more than that. So it's also going to play a huge factor, because you're going to go to my firm as someone who doesn't make money, and I'm going to tell you that I can afford 8,000. So if you can afford me, it's okay. You can walk out, because they know there's a lot of people that are desperate. Someone else is going to take 3.5 as their take home. So personally, I'm gonna say it's not going to be all the time where you're gonna be privileged to pick and choose what you want to do. But at the same time, always have a plan. Just because plan A does not work doesn't mean that it is the end of it. Also know, if plan A doesn't work, let me try plan B in order for me to get to where I want to go. So personally, not everyone will have the privilege to pick and choose. And if you fall onto those people that can't pick and choose, I will just say take what you can get in order for you to get where you want to go. So I do have a mini announcement that I have to say. We are gonna have a session for the NPA where we'll have a prosecutor who will be coming and speaking about the aspirant program, and Elizabeth will be the one that will give us an update as to when will that occur. But from my end, thank you very much for everyone who took their time. Thank you for also you, Daniel, for taking time and speaking to other people who are students that aspire to come here. I mean, I wish I had this in my days, but I'm so thankful that everyone took their time. And I'm so thankful that the little experience that I have can impact and change one's life. So to everyone, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. All right, see you in practice, guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.